with teams from both this side of the Pennines and from the White Rose County. Sponsored this season by Boddington's. Nice to see rugby league back again. And the hot weather that we've had for the last 2 or 3 weeks has gone, and we've now got fairly heavily clouded skies and a nice cooling breeze for the players as the ball sits up nicely for Wakefield, and they make progress halfway towards their own 25. This first match, an all Yorkshire clash between what must be one of the favourites, Leeds, and the near neighbours, Wakefield Trinity. So there should be plenty of atmosphere. Quite a few supporters in the ground have travelled over the Pennines representing both of these sides. As you could expect, the vast majority of the supporters here, of course, come to see Wigan, but they're the 4th match on the programme. Protest about a head tackle. Mr. Whitfield, the referee, quite happy that that was just around the collar. As you can expect in 7-a-sides, what you tend to get is mobile forwards and fast backs. And the name of the game is to make use of what, of course, is an abundance of space compared to the 13-a-side game. And many a time, it's not necessarily the pace men who pay off in 7-a-side. It's the men who can vary the pace, lull the opposition into thinking that they're moving flat out and then just push up a gear. Knock on given. First scrum of the game. Of course, just 3 forwards playing. 7-a-side. 3 backs and a full back. This ball comes in out on Wakefield's side. Break down the middle. Phil Ford missing his tackle there. Of course, the normal rules as regards 6 tackles in possession. As Wakefield, for the first amount of pressure onto this Leeds 7. And that's the first try of the match. Nice quick move by Andy Mason. Put one of these, what I call mobile forwards, through under the sticks. Mark Colbeck scoring the first try. And Andy Mason to take the conversion. 7.5 minutes per side in what is the first of 4 quarter-finals. The semi-finals also being 7.5 minutes a side, and the final 10 minutes each way. As this kick goes over and gives Wakefield a nice handy lead of 6-0 with just about 3 minutes gone in the game. Early injury for Leeds. And now we'll see the speed of this trialist winger. Heading straight for the corner, beats 2 tackles and gets through there. Well, what a wonderful introduction to rugby league for this man from Kenya. As he speeds down the wing, cuts in and touches down about halfway towards the post to try and make the conversion as easy as possible and give Leeds the opportunity to go level. Well, you can't have a better start to your rugby league career if you're trying to impress a club, can you, than that? And applause ringing all round the ground for that run. Could we be seeing the second Martin of Fire? Who knows? So David Creasy with the conversion. Can he put Leeds level? Well, he can if the ball will stick up for him. As Mr. Whitfield brings the timekeepers to a halt, as we now wait for the sand to come onto the pitch. Got to take the most of your opportunities in 7-a-side, because 7.5 minutes each way isn't long at all. Time soon drifts away. particularly if you go over 6 points behind the opposition. That's why Leeds will be quite happy to have scored more or less straight from the kick-off and got right back into this match. Crease are now ready. Mr. Whitfield starts the clock going again. As Creaser comes up with the conversion attempt, straight in the middle, 6-all. And an exciting match to start our afternoon's entertainment. Straight away we're underway. No slackening whatsoever in this game. Wakefield moving down the middle, but quickly closed down, drop the ball, and knock-on signal by Mr. Wakefield. Scrum down. Leeds to put it in. Very difficult, of course, in these games to assess prospects for the season. Be able to judge that a lot better over the next 2 weeks when a series of friendly matches and, of course, the Charity Shield between Wigan and Widnes take place. But it's a nice run out for the teams, no real pressure on them. It's just a chance to stretch your legs and get used to the feel of the ball again. After a close season that's very short these days. As Leeds come forward again. Pulled down just by the post as he used the winger as a decoy. Phil Ford dummies his way over. And Leeds, having been 6 points down, are now 4 points up, and surely they're going to make it 6 points with Crease's conversion to follow from under the sticks. Nice crowd gathered here today. Everybody buoyed up, I suppose, by Great Britain's success in Papua New Guinea and New Zealand, and quite a few of the players who were on that tour here today. They must be gluttons for punishment. They only returned a fortnight ago after what was a very hard tour, and they're still prepared to pull the boots on and turn out in 7-a-side. Shows the dedication and keenness of rugby league players, and also the keenness of the crowd, that we've got such a good attendance today. As Wakefield take a quick tap and away they come. You've got to get the tackles in early. You don't want anybody to start to create space and get away. It's very hard to catch anybody in 7-a-side because there's nobody lying at the back, although Phil Ford's making his way over there now, and in fact left a gap out on the wing that Wakefield could take advantage of. Yes, the try is given. Phil Ford far too casual there. He'd actually started to move to take the full back position, left the gap on the touchline, and then was far too complacent as that kick went in, probably anticipating it running over the dead ball line. But with the lush grass in this early part of the season, it held it at bay, and the Wakefield man, Andy Mason, was able to dive on it and just touch down about a yard away from the dead ball line. As this game swings from one end of the pitch to the other, we now have a scoreline of Leeds 12, Wakefield 10, with Andy Mason's conversion from about 5 yards in from the touchline still to come. Can he put them level? Over it comes and drifts wide of the left-hand post as we look at it from here, and there goes the hooter. I told you these games seem to fly past. So half time, straight round, no interval, although Leeds are trying to create one. I don't know why you need a drink on a cool afternoon like this when we've only played 7.5 minutes rugby, no matter how fast it's been, but Leeds obviously feel the necessity for it. As we come to the start of the second half, Wakefield to kick off, trailing by 10 points to 12 to Leeds. Nicely placed kick. Andy Mason a little slow there. I thought if he'd been a little bit quicker off the mark, he could well have got to that one. Leeds spreading wide, trying to create an overlap, but a poor pass out there gives Wakefield possession. Well, very casual play. Sure, the Leeds coach won't be too happy with that, and he definitely won't be happy with the fact that they've now been caught offside. Wakefield not taking the kick at goal though. Confident enough to go straight for the try. And they got the reward that they deserve for that decision, as Linton Morris goes into the right hand corner. Quick pass in there to create the opportunity, and he forced his way over to put Wakefield in front, 14 points to 12. A little too casual at the start of the second half there, Leeds. You just wonder if the fact that they came over towards the touchline for a break and a drink of water actually broke the concentration. Hard kick here for Andy Mason from this touchline. Well, I didn't think he'd muff it as badly as that. I expected it to be a lot nearer the post than that was, but I should think he'll be glad to get that kind of kick out of his system before the season starts properly. As away goes Phil Ford, trying to make up for his previous mistake. Nice ball inside. And again. Pull down. And the try given. Just made it. Popped the ball over by the side of the post. And David Creaser, the try scorer, having put Leeds 16-14 ahead, now has the opportunity to increase that lead to a 4-point lead with this conversion. Well, this game really is swinging from end to end. At the moment, whenever a team has possession and attacks, they seem to score. Bit of rustiness in the tackling, I suppose. And Creaser has converted, and Leeds do have that 4-point lead. Leeds 18, Wakefield 14. As Wakefield try to strike back immediately. Forwards not seeing very much of the ball. It's been kept in the backs for most of the time, spreading it wide. Nice kick towards the corner there by Mark Colbeck. It's a bit harder to judge which way the scrums are going to go with only 3 men on each side. Normally, of course, you expect the team with the head and ball to come away with it, and that's what happens on this occasion. And Leeds will be quite happy to have the ball on their own 25. Nice kick downfield by Bentley in the chase. Speed seems to be missing, and he can't get there. You would have expected Bentley to be able to outpace his man. Well, I suppose it seemed a heck of a run. First match of the season, you can do all the training you want, but it's when the action starts that you really find out whether that training has been beneficial or not. And Bentley looks as though his speed work could do with being improved after that run. Here come Wakefield again. Pull down just over the halfway line. They've got to score fairly quickly to get back into this match. And of course, with a 4-point deficit, they've got to score a try. Penalty given. Takes Wakefield up to the 25 line, and I should think they'll just tap it. They'll want to get the game underway as soon as possible. Here they go. Played inside. Might have been better going outside, where there seemed to be a 2-on-1 against Phil Ford. Trying the outside now. Decided to switch back inside. Lost possession. And that could be absolutely crucial to Wakefield's hopes of getting through to the semi-finals. Leeds must be favourites as time ticks away and they hang on to this 4-point lead. Long kick downfield. Over David Jones's head. Has to backtrack. Collects now and looks upfield. No support with him. Going inside to join that support now, but they were still in front of him. It would have been a forward pass if he'd given it. So he dies in possession. Lost possession again, but it went backwards, so game's carrying on. Tussle for the ball, and Leeds come up with it. Bentley through the middle. Held out to Ford. Ford's got an easy run in. Appeals for a forward pass from Wakefield. Turned down by Mr. Whitfield. And surely that's the clinching try now, as Phil Ford just ambles over the last 10 yards and plants the ball between the sticks, giving Leeds a 22-14 lead, with David Creaser's conversion kick to come, surely to give them a 10-point margin. Creaser pops it over with his right foot. Leeds surely now with a winning 10-point margin. I can't see Wakefield coming back from this. Lost possession 2 or 3 times, and Leeds were given the opportunity to make their way from their own 25 when one ball was lost, right the way up to the Wakefield 25, and 3 losses of possession. Probably lost Wakefield this first round match, as Leeds took full advantage with that try from Phil Ford. Hand over. Wakefield throwing it wide. Can he beat Creaser to the corner? He can. Linton Morris in for his second try. Is it too late for Wakefield? 24 points to 18, with a very difficult conversion to come. And if Andy Mason's effort from this position last time is anything to go by, then he won't pop it over, as I thought. Doesn't seem to have any confidence at all, and there goes the hooter, and Leeds win this first round match by 24 points to 18. And move on to play the winners of the next match between Hunslet and Widnes in the semi-finals. So here we go with the second first round match between Hunslet and Widnes as Hunslet kick off. Favourites in this match, of course, must be Widnes, as they come out in the draw against the only second division club competing today, but they nearly made a mess of that, as Hunslet going very strong. There was quite a loud amount of booing and catcalling as Widnes ran out on the pitch. Not exactly the favourite opposition here at Wigan, and they're getting quite a bit of stick every time that they make a mistake. I dare say most of the Wigan public will be happy to see them in the final, though, against Wigan, if that's the way it works out. Be a forerunner to the Charity Shield match due to take place in a fortnight's time down at Swansea. Hunslet, quick tap. Keen tackling from Widnes though. Can he force his way over in the corner? Gives the ball away and loses possession, but knock on there by Widnes. That's 3 mistakes Widnes have made in their own 25 in the first couple of minutes of this game. Fortunately for them, they haven't proved expensive in the sense of Hunslet capitalising on them and scoring points. But they may do yet, as Widnes pinned in their own 25 early on. Hunslet, can he get it out now? There's a big overlap. A poor pass though. Widnes have covered up. In goes the tackle and down goes the ball. And Widnes get possession. Kicked dead by a Hunslet player, so that'll be a tap on the 25 for Widnes. And they at last might be able to make progress towards the Hunslet line. Good break. Has he got the pace to go all the way? Hunslet men are giving up the chase. As the speed merchants from Widnes open their account with a try under the sticks. 4 points to 0 to Widnes. The number 4 in the programme was Martin Afire, but I think I can definitely confirm that that wasn't Martin Afire. And he went at about half the pace that Martin Afire would have gone as well. But nonetheless, he outpaced the Hunslet cover and opened Widnes account. Conversion will come from under the sticks. Surely it's going to be 6-0. Certainly is. Hunslet 0, Widnes 6. And the first flash of Widnes class brings the opening try in this match. The winners, of course, due to play against a very pensive Leeds side who were sat behind the post on the left-hand side where that try was scored, keenly watching this encounter, spying on the next opponents in the semi-final. Forward pass given by Mr. Kevin Allop from Southport. And a bit of hassle from Hunslet produces a penalty. Quickly on the move, Coloto. Keen tackling by Hunslet. All bunched up though. If Widnes had spread out, the opportunity was there for the second try. Instead they've lost possession, got it back again, and Mr. Allott decides that Widnes were the first team to knock on, and the head and ball goes to Hunslet. Very keen test, of course, for these lads from across the Pennines. Must have been too happy when they saw the drummer come out of the hat against Widnes. It looks from the draw as though teams have been seeded. Leeds, Widnes, St Helens and Wigan. And it'll be interesting to see if the seeding works out. One of the seeded teams through already. As Hunslet fire back. Very good handling move, and unfortunately it went behind Jeremy Coates. And although he tried to juggle with it, he finally lost it. And loud applause round the ground for that initiative from Hunslet. There's no doubt as to who the neutrals here today are supporting in this match. They'd love to see Hunslet score, but it's Widnes away again. Beautiful tackle there. Really sent him flying through the air. Forward pass from Coloto brings that move to an end. Mr. Allott very keen. That's 2 or 3 forward passes he spotted. It's such a fast game, 7-a-side, that it's very difficult for the referees to keep up with play as well. No rest at all. There's total action from first minute to last. That's the wonderful thing about 7-a-side. The game never stops flowing. And just to prove it, here comes Hunslet now with a break through the middle. And that must be a try under the sticks. Certainly is. And with the conversion to come, you would expect Hunslet to go level. That's the thing with no full back there. The only thing you need to do is break one tackle, as Tim Lum did then, and you're immediately away. And as long as you've got the pace to go and the opposition haven't got the pace to catch you, then breaking one tackle can produce a try. And that's what happened there. Mr. Hallett down on his haunches, having a well-earned rest. As Tim Lum converts his own try and brings Hunslet back into the match. Level pegging, 6 points each. Match straight underway again. Poor ball there, but might well have worked out in Widnes' favour, except that he cut inside. I thought he could have gone down the wing. Might have been able to get away, but he wasn't able to. Cloto with a very casual pass there. Very nearly gave possession to Hunslet, but they weren't awake enough to take the opportunity. Last tackle. Widnes kick through. Bouncing around but collected by Andy Raw as the half-time hooter blows with the two teams level. Hunslet 6, Widnes 6. And Widnes haven't shown the real speed at the moment, and Hunslet not outclassed at all. Despite the fact they conceded the opening try, they've given as good as they've got. Can they hold out in the second half against what obviously is a very experienced Widnes setup? Widnes to start is underway in the second half. And away we go. Lost possession right from the start and given the ball away to Widnes, which is the last thing you want to do. Hunslet have got to retain possession if they're going to have any chance at all. Widnes will create enough danger of their own without Hunslet helping them. Cheers go round as Cloto's brought down. Yeah, exactly. Not exactly a favourite with the Wigan supporters again, although he is a class forward. Widnes swinging it around but not very accurately. Pass going behind the man there, but he's able to turn around and collect. This time the ball goes forward. And a scrum given in what is turning out to be nothing like as good a game as the first clash. We saw some good, exciting, fast rugby in the first game. In this one we've seen really nothing but mistakes from both sides. Overlap here if he can get it out, but the winger was too deep and the pass would have been too risky to give. He's trying to go straight up the middle, trying to pull Widnes players in to create the gaps on the outside, but the gap comes down the middle. What a match Tim Lum's having. He's looking a very dangerous merchant for Hunslet. Mackenzie nearly through there, but pulled down on the halfway line as he looked as though he's going to break into the clear, just as he did in the first half. Obstruction given. As I say, it's a game of mistakes completely, this match. Very poor for the supporters. Neither team really settled down at all. Widnes penalised for not retiring 10 yards. And Hunslet given the opportunity to start this move from 10 yards further forward than it should have been. And a good job that tackle came in when it did. It looked like another try under the sticks for Hunslet, and what a shock that would have been. Instead it's a knock on. Scrum down with Widnes possession. Out with Hunslet though, one against the head. The gap is there. Closed down now though. Just for a moment there, it looked as though if he went straight for the line, he'd make it. Tim Lum again, knocked down by Coloto. Definitely saved a try. Hunslet tried to switch it to the other side. They had a two-man overlap, but pulled down before he could pass. Two opportunities gone there. Can they score from a third? No, they can't. Ball thrown forward aimlessly. Widnes escape. Managed to avoid being tackled over their own goal line and bring it about 5 yards into the clear. Chance here for Widnes now. Coloto looking for this change of pace that I talked about, but that change of pace wasn't good enough to get him into the clear. Last tackle. Kick through. Covered by a Hunslet fullback Jeremy Coates though. Picks it up, 3 Widnes men with him. Can he go around the outside? Tries to. He looked as though at one time he was going to get away, but goes back to where he's got support inside. Hunslet move brought to an end though, still deep in their own half. Really did have the opportunity a couple of minutes ago to score a try under the sticks, and I wonder how much they'll regret the chance that went begging. This kick through, Mackenzie on it, can't get to it though. Tim Lum picks up, and perhaps Hunslet won't regret that missed opportunity as Tim Lum scores his second try of the match and punts Hunslet into a shock 10-6 lead. Well, on the performance in this match, it's what Hunslet deserve. Really all the pressure in this second half has come from the men in orange and green from the other side of the Pennines. So with this first Trans-Pennine clash, could it go the Yorkshire men's way? What a shock it would be to see Widnes eliminated in the first round, but it's definitely on the cards now. Well, 3 tries in this match, and the goal kickers couldn't have had it easier. All 3 have been right under the sticks. Tim Lum pops it over, and if there are any Hunslet supporters in this ground, they must feel the journey has been well worthwhile already. Now, can Hunslet pull it, hold on to this lead? As Widnes surely are going to come at them firing on all cylinders. Nice kick through. The gap is there. Can he get there? Hunslet defender back, loses possession. And that's a penalty for offside. The ball went forward, and it's now been thrown away, so Mr. Allott pushes Hunslet 10 yards further back. Quick tap and over he goes. Opportune try there for Widnes. Very poor piece of work by Hunslet. They'd already collected the ball and should have retained possession, but it squirmed away, went to a man in an offside position. They then threw the ball away, lost a further 10 yards, and whilst they were still looking at Mr. Allott, over Widnes went for the try. This conversion still needed though to put Widnes level. It's quite a tricky one from this position as the whistles rise from the crowd, to be followed by the cheers as he fails to convert, and Hunslet still lead by 12 points to 10. So Widnes have still got it all to do. Hunslet lose possession again. Really are making it hard for themselves. Having scored 2 good tries on the break, they now look as though they're going to lose out to this Widnes side because of some sloppy play, losing possession on the first tackle on each occasion, has led to Widnes scoring 2 tries and going into the lead by 14 points to 12. And suddenly the game has switched down and all the pressure is on Hunslet now. And without playing very well at all, it looks as though Widnes has scraped through against what has been a very spirited performance by Hunslet. Easier conversion than the last one. And he hits the post again. Well, when he looks out, it's really out. And Hunslet have still got a chance. The deficit is only 2 points. It just needs one break to score the try. And those 2 conversions against the post. Too late for Hunslet though. Widnes go through narrowly, 14 points to 12. But I'm sure they themselves won't be too happy with the display in this first round match. Perhaps perhaps they're keeping the best back for the harder opposition to come. So here we go with the third first round match. Yet again another roses clash between St Helens and Sheffield. And we've just had a team out on the pitch who Wiganers love to hate in Widnes. And now we've got one who, well, if there was somebody they could hate more, the fierce rivals, of course, from just down the East Lancashire Road, St Helens. Although I'm sure most Wigan supporters will prefer St Helens to win this match in the hope that they meet Wigan in the semi-finals. All the way across the pitch, making about 30 or 40 yards. Back into the forwards. And just as he thought he could take a breather, Bremer Kebby has to pick up the ball and keep the move going. Sean Devine out onto Bremer Kevy again. Quickly passing inside, but inaccurately. Sheffield have lost it though. Saints back in possession. Bremer Kebby again. Seems to be attracted to his hands like a magnet. Must have touched the ball about 5 times already. Mr. Whitfield there, the touch judge down below, must have spotted a knock on. Signal to David Campbell that he'd seen it, and a scrum results and Sheffield come away with it. Quickly closed down by St Helens though. Look very keen and alert, this St Helens side, all seem fired up, ready for this game. Beautiful afternoon for rugby this. I suppose the only thing that ruins it is a strong breeze. But obviously at this stage of the season, the Central Park pitch looking immaculate. Perfect conditions, sun just coming through the clouds. But a perfect day for running rugby. As Kebby dominates possession once more. Long kick downfield, but all the Saints men were way back over the 25-yard line, expecting a move across the line. Nobody was forward ready to chase that ball. Sheffield come forward, quickly tackled just over the 25. Tight game at the moment. Quickly moved around, winger free, gets it to him, but he knocks on. Well, he had a superb opportunity there. The way was open other than Phil Vevers running back to try and cover, but it would have been an interesting chase for that right-hand corner flag between the Sheffield player and Phil Vevers, but the knock-on brought that piece of excitement to just theory, not fact, as Saints get possession from that scrum. Sheffield, of course, had a very good start last season, then faded towards the end, and a very testing season ahead of them now. Tony Kay goes for the corner, tackled, tries to keep the ball in play and succeeds in doing so, but no St Helens player there to take advantage, and the only thing it does is gives possession to Sheffield. Forward they come, and away they go on the break. Number 3, Darryl Powell. Forward pass though, as he desperately tried to get that ball out as he went down to Paul Jones' tackle. You'd have expected a back to be able to outpace a forward, but the forward got to him. Not too encouraging for Sheffield's prospects. If that's the kind of pace that they've got, I expected him to fly away under those posts then. But he was caught before he even reached the 25. Some consolation for Sheffield is that they've... No, they haven't. I was going to say they won the ball against the head, but it's Saints with it. Poor ball thrown out though. Get possession, but the knock-on is given. Scrum down. Scoring opportunities have come both sides' way, but the defence has been very good and closed up quickly soon as danger is threatened, as it does now with Sheffield. Cuts inside. Moans from the crowd. They felt he should have gone out to the right hand side where his winger was, but he cut back inside and the Saints cover was there, as it is at the moment. Last tackle. Sheffield going for the corner, but a superb tackle there by Kebby, brings him crashing to the ground. Turnover. Saints penned in their own 25. Chance now though. Breakout. Can he go all the way? Hasn't got the confidence to. Gives it outside, and a superb copybook tackle around the ankles brings the Saints move to an end. Really is the hard fought match this. Both sides giving the best they've got. Opportunities few and far between, but whereas in the Hunslet and Widnes match there was mistake after mistake, in this one it's been good endeavour on the side of both sides with the tackling. Sheffield making good progress, breaking through the tackle. Can't get the ball out though and has to die with it. Applause ringing around the ground for the initiative and good passing coming from the Sheffield side as they work very hard to create an opening. But the Saints cover's been very good all afternoon so far. It's broken now though. And the pointless state of the game comes to an end as Sheffield break through and Andy Young goes under the sticks to give them a 4-0 lead. Well, we've had breaks before, but neither of the players who have made those breaks have been able to make it to the try line. Although we must admit that each one of them had a long way to go to the try line. On that occasion, the break came in the Saints 25 and resulted in a converted try for Sheffield to give them a 6-0 lead over St Helens in this third first round match. The winners of this tie going through into the semi-final to play Oldham or Wigan. And there goes the half-time hooter. Not been heard by the referee. There it goes now, just to reinforce the fact that the halfway stage has been reached. St Helens 0, Sheffield 6 in a very tight match. where the tackling has been excellent. Be interesting to see if the pace begins to tell in the second half and we get a few more gaps opening up. Sheffield to restart. Long kick downfield, trying to pen Saints in their own 25. Saints making absolutely certain they don't make a mistake back there. Very nearly away to a half tackle to slow him down enough for the second tackler to come in and bring him to the deck. Saints swinging along the line. There's nobody better at passing the ball along the line than St Helens. Although Sheffield have pinned them down today. Gets rid of it in the tackle. Sheffield making excellent progress down the middle. Nobody wide, they're all bunched. So he decides to take the space himself and gives Kebby the flat of his hand in his face, but it only knocks him off momentarily. Kebby gets him in the end. Break by Sheffield. This could be another one under the sticks. It is, or just by the side of them anyway, by Andy Dickinson. Well, Hunslet looked as though they could pull off a shock in the last game against Widnes, and Sheffield with an even better opportunity of pulling one off here against St Helens. So 10 points to 0, and surely an excellent opportunity to make it 12, and that'll take a lot of pulling back. 2 tries and 2 goals even to get level for Saints, and with the way Sheffield have tackled this afternoon, they're going to do very well to get back into this match, never mind win it. Taking his time over the conversion, realises just how important these 2 points are. Pops it over with ease. Sheffield 12, St Helens 0. And the holders and shock winners of the Sevens last season look as though they're going to make an excellent start in this year's tournament as well. I think when people saw the draw and the strength of this St Helens lineup that Sheffield will be making an early exit, but that doesn't look to be the case unless Kebby can make his way all the way to the try line, which he can, but they're stopping him going over between the posts. He's got a touchdown right in the corner. He brings it back to 12 points to 4 right from the kickoff. And how desperately St Helens need this conversion. But Sheffield have made it as hard as they possibly can for them. It's right down on the touchline. David Large is going to take this kick. Well, if the Sheffield goal kicker thought it was important to put them 12-0 up, how crucial this kick could be. It would mean that Saints were only 6 points behind and within touching distance of Sheffield, but it's drifting wide and short of the posts. So Sheffield have an 8-point lead. But some encouragement for St Helens supporters. I should think there are a reasonable number of them in the ground today, and they won't want to see the team eliminated in the first round. As Sheffield move forward again. And whereas in the first half the cover tackling was superb and tries looked at there would be a premium, suddenly both teams are opening up like a sieve and tries are coming with every attack. That's more or less 3 movements and 3 tries quickly following one another. And just as Saints seem to have got back into the game, it fades even further away as another try under the sticks surely is going to produce 6 points and make the deficit 14. It does. So Saints now need 3 tries and 3 goals to get back in. As Sheffield lead 18 points to 4. And that's one heck of a margin in 7-a-sides. Saints trying to come back into it. Overlap there. Opportunity now. Sheffield tacklers there. A beautiful tackle around the ankles. And this is the last tackle as well. Saints are going to have to move it. Tries a desperate lunge for the line, but no chance whatsoever there with 3 Sheffield tacklers around him. I don't know whether he didn't realise it was the last tackle or what, but now he brings the Sheffield forwards into action as they quite happily clear the lines. Long kick downfield. Kebby having to chase back. Sudden spurt from the Sheffield player causes Kebby to have to increase his pace, but he gets there before the Sheffield man. And Saints players, 3 of them are still upfield, so there's no chance of them building a move up at all. Does this mean that Saints' spirit is broken and they've given the game up? We'll soon tell. It looks like it at the moment. This game looks in the bag for Sheffield. Interception. Quick tackle though, so they can't take the opportunity that presented itself then. Saints through the middle, but Sheffield, as per usual, covering up quickly. 3 men quickly there to get him down on the deck and bring the move to an end. And it was the superb tackle by the Sheffield player that caused that misplaced pass. Really has been an impressive performance by Sheffield Eagles. And they look to be deservedly moving forward into the semi-finals. Kebby, surely with the opportunity to go over. Yet again, another copybook tackle from Sheffield. Keeps the line intact. Really have cheered the crowd here. And the try is given. It looked at one time as though he could have been diving on top of a Sheffield player and not be able to ground the ball. But he managed to get it down. But surely it's only a consolation try for the Saints. 18 points to 8. With the kick to come. Hits the post. So it remains Sheffield 18, St Helens 8. Sheffield quickly with the game underway, trying to catch Saints unawares as they did after Saints' last try. Don't be fooled, that's actually a horn in the crowd, not the hooter, as Sheffield come forward. Bouncing nicely for him. Will he beat it to the dead ball line? He does. Well, this is turning into a massacre now. Sheffield 22, St Helens 8. But the way Sheffield Eagles have played today, they well deserve this victory, no doubt about it whatsoever. And I should think Oldham and Wigan, the team who they're going to meet in the semi-final, are both looking apprehensively on. This Sheffield Eagles side are going to take some beating if they play like they've done in this match. They've made the best of the chances that have come their way to score tries, and they've also produced some superb tackling to prevent this St Helens side, who are usually very good at spreading the ball wide, from doing so. St Helens 8. And this should bring the biggest cheer of the afternoon. Here it comes, the chant of Wigan, Wigan, rising from the terraces. Not quite the volume that we had at Wembley, but you can't really expect that for a Sevens. But obviously, as you'd expect, the vast majority of support here this afternoon is for the home side and the double winners of last season, Wigan RLFC. That's if they've turned up. No sign of them making an appearance as yet, although the crowd are all ready to cheer them out onto the pitch. The performers making a late appearance, led out by Dean Bell in the change strip of blue and white hoops. And the cheers rise from the Wigan supporters, and the boos come from everybody else who's made a trip to Central Park today. And there is the man that all eyes will be focused on, number 4, making his debut for the Wigan club today, ex-New Zealand Rugby Union international Frano Botica, getting a superb welcome. And of course, with 7-a-side being so prevalent in rugby union, it'll probably give Frano Botica the opportunity to settle into rugby league in a competition that he's probably pretty well used to. The 7-a-sides, but of course the big test will come when we start the full 13-a-side game. It'll also be interesting what position Wigan decide to play him in once the league gets underway. Presume with Sean Edwards still out, it could well be standoff. So a formidable task that Oldham face here this afternoon. Not just with the 7 men in blue and white on the pitch, but also with the support they're going to get from the terraces. Mark Preston, the speed merchant, out to Botica. Can't get away though. Pulled down by Stephen Entwistle. And suddenly there's a real atmosphere in the ground now. As David Myers tries to get away. Long kick downfield. Wigan in pursuit. Knock on. Austin O'Donnell just couldn't quite slow down enough there to work out which way it was going to bounce and collect that ball. It was a last tackle, so possession with Oldham. And what pleasure there would be for Oldham supporters if they could pull off a shock win here. Whatever happens, we're guaranteed 2 Transpennine clashes in the semi-finals now. We've already got the first semi-final lineup of Leeds against Widnes. And now it'll be Sheffield against the winners of this match in the second semi-final. Chance in the corner. More than a chance. It's the first try for Ian Gildart. Wigan 4, Oldham 0. As you'd expect, with Wigan being the home side and looking to pull in a good attendance today, they've turned out one of the strongest 7-a-side teams that they could. And will obviously be out to regain this trophy that they lost last year to Sheffield Eagles. The crowd's so expectant, of course, of success here at Central Park, and that expectancy is even here in a pre-season 7-a-side competition. Austin O'Donnell with the conversion. Going to be a hard one from that touchline in this swirling wind. Well wide of the left-hand post, so the score remains Oldham 0, Wigan 4, and Oldham for the first time move into the Wigan half in possession. Nice move, holds on to it with the juggle, just takes his ankle and he ends up in touch as well. Timely tackle by Ian Gildart, scores a try at one end and saves one at the other. Possession with Wigan from the scrum. Botica Bell thrown out wide to Mark Preston. Nobody will catch this man, surely. Away he goes, the chase is on. Cuts inside, leaves Paul Lord for dead. It's that change of pace again that I was talking about that's so vital in 7-a-side matches. He seemed to be going full belt, but just as Paul Lord felt he got an opportunity of catching him, he changed direction, up the pace and flew under the sticks. Much to the delight of the Central Park crowd. Nothing better than seeing Mark Preston in full flight, and boy oh boy did they love that try. Austin O'Donnell with a chance to make it 10-0. And suddenly this ground has come to life. Straight in the middle, easy as you like. Oldham 0, Wigan 10. And yet, but for Ian Gildart's try-saving tackle, it could well have been 4 apiece and everything to play for. Just shows how quickly this game can change around. There's Ian Gildart again doing another tackling job. Botica back covering, collects, it bounced nicely for him, cuts back inside, jinking run. Has he created the room for Dean Bell? He certainly has. Dean Bell on his way, nobody with him, he's got to go all on his own. Can he make it? He certainly can. Underneath the sticks again. The cheers of the crowd resound round the ground. Another superb try from this Wigan speed machine. This time Dean Bell. That opens up the gap even further and gives Oldham what already at this early stage is surely an insurmountable hurdle to overcome. Once Wigan get the gap open, they really take advantage. The speed is there, of course, and the tries just flow. O'Donnell pops it over. The third try and the second goal to give us a scoreline of Oldham 0, Wigan 16. And Oldham already wondering what's hit them. They only needed to make one mistake and Wigan have gone in for 3 tries before Oldham could blink. Formidable 4, of course, of Wigan's out there on the pitch. The number 10 for Oldham, Derek Pike. Steve Hampson on the pitch having a run out. Crossing given against Mark Preston, and the penalty goes to Oldham. Now, can they give their fans in the crowd something to cheer? Derek Pike. I don't think he'll go full length of the pitch. In fact, he loses the ball. Derek Pike very good at creating space and gaps for people to go through, but there was nobody with him, no support. And as the crunching tackle went in, he lost possession, and Hampson puts a long ball downfield. Nobody in pursuit though, apart from the Oldham fullback collecting it. Flag is up here from the touch judge, I'm not too certain why. Something to do with the substitute over the touchline there. A penalty to Wigan. Andy Platt on the pitch as well, having a run out. Of course, ended the season with an injury, so it'll give the opportunity to Wigan fans to see if he's fully recovered. Quite interesting to see David Myers, a new recruit to Wigan this season, having previously been with Widnes and Warrington. Quite a schmozzle between those two clubs. And he now, in a very short space of time, finds himself with what have been 3 class clubs, of course, in Widnes, Warrington and now Wigan. So the opportunity comes again for David Myers to show just how good a player he is, and we'll see if he can clinch a first team place this season. It's not the best of clubs to come to try and break your way into the first team. There's a heck of a lot of competition here at Wigan for places, even for the established stars. And now the substitute who caused all the trouble at the end of the first half makes his way onto the pitch. As Wigan restart at the beginning of the second half with a very handy lead of 16-0. Just running straight across the pitch, looking for a gap. But there's not one there, and eventually finds himself on the deck. Half break there, very nearly through there. Brett Clark. Kick over the top, but Andy Platter dropped back to cover. Gets to his feet as well, but only for a moment before he's brought down. Botica. Slow in getting to his feet. Now the game can get underway with Steve Hampson in possession. High up and under. Steve Hampson, an expert of course on going on the end of those. And although he doesn't manage to get on the end of that one, his tattle on Brett Clark is enough to cause him to lose possession. Gildart picks up. Platt to Botica. And before he can get out to Myers, he's brought down. Myers to Gildart. O'Donnell kicks through for the post. Too much strength in the kick though, and it runs dead before he can get anywhere near it. Opportune piece of play though, but didn't work out for him. And Oldham with a tap on the 25. Must be quite relieved to have the ball in the hands and moving forward. High tackle there by Dean Bell. Unfortunately, Dean Bell does have that tendency to go high round the head, and he's suffered the penalty of taking a walk down the tunnel a few times because of it. I'm sure John Morney won't be pleased to see that kind of tackle going in so early in the season. You would hope that Dean Bell would have learnt his lesson. He's usually so good at tackling round the waist and legs that that's the attitude that he's got to return to, surely. Otherwise he'll be before the disciplinary board again. Comes out on Wigan's side. Hampson was looking where to pass it rather than making sure it was in his hands before he let it go. Myers to Platt. Closed down quickly though. Wigan finding it a little bit harder in this half. But the thing is as well that Mark Preston away. Flying away. Once he gets in the clear, I don't think there's anybody on the Oldham side with the pace to catch him. And Wigan reached the 20-point mark. The other thing is in the 7-a-side that you've got 3 games to play on your way through to winning it. And you don't want to take too much out of yourselves when you've got a lead like this. And that might be one reason why Wigan seemed a bit casual passing it along the line there. But as soon as the gap came, there was no casual attitude from Mark Preston. The speed machine was over like a shot once it was there. Now O'Donnell with a conversion. Wigan out of sight already. Have dominated this match from the start. Not given Oldham a look in. O'Donnell practices his shooting and plops it right in the middle of the sticks. Lovely conversion kick. And Wigan now lead by a very decisive margin of 22-0. No knock on given, but now a penalty is. Sure, the crowd will be quite happy to see Oldham score a consolation try. They won't do it with handling errors like that though. Brett Clark unable to cling on to it. So it looks as though the second semi-final is going to be between Wigan and Sheffield, and that should be a clash to look forward to after the form we've just seen from Sheffield. I'm sure Wigan will find it a lot harder clash than they have this one. Sheffield's tackling was tip-top. Deep bell to Platt. Gildart in support, but he can't get it away as three men smother him. Hampson, long kick downfield. Only an Oldham player in lonely pursuit of the ball. 4 Wigan men moving forward though. I don't think he's going to make much. I was just going to say I don't think he's going to make much yardage there, and he made about 2 or 3 until he fed the first Wigan man, O'Donnell. A yard again and plumped down on the deck. Last tackle. Said earlier it was 6 tackles before the handover, but as you've probably realised by now, it's only 3. Brett Clark with the chance, hits it against his own man. Offside, and the penalty goes Wigan's way. Wigan all bunched, taking a few deep breaths. You don't get much chance to take a breather in this type of rugby. Really does show how good the pre-season training has been as to whether teams and individual players can go at pace, even though it is only 7.5 minutes aside. Dean Bell taking a smack or two. First touch of aggro we've seen in this competition. Coming from number 8, Austin Donegan. Sure, Dean Bell just gave him a broad smile, and Wigan get on with the match. A few hard smacks there, and I'm sure he felt them. Sure, his thoughts are that this was supposed to be a friendly competition to start the season. That's the last thing he would have expected. Still, he'd given a hard smack of his own in a tackle earlier. Wonder if it was Donegan who felt the effects on that occasion. And was just getting his own back as Oldham pinned deep in their own 25. Derek Pike caught in possession. Has to throw out a very hurried and inaccurate pass. It was on the handover, so possession goes to Wigan. Only about 5 yards away from the line. The crowd will expect another try. Will they get it? Derek Pike out to make sure they don't, as he puts a burr hug on Dean Bell. Myers now. Tricky piece of footwork, didn't get him anywhere, and in fact very nearly lost possession. And there goes the final hooter. Very impressive performance from Wigan. Virtually pegged Oldham in their own half for the... And they march on to the semi-final. So here we go with the first semi-final. Roses clash between the two teams who are favoured to reach this stage. Leeds and Widnes. And what a clash we should have, not only in this match, but later in the season in the Championship. And I've been joined at the start of this game by Graham West, who will be giving his views on the action to date. And of course, what we hope will be some more exciting rugby still to come in this Boddington 7-a-side competition here at Central Park. Be interesting to see just how close these semi-finals are. Both teams, of course, have had a run out now, chance to stretch the legs and get used to having a rugby ball in their hands again after all the pre-season training. And will perhaps be that little bit looser now. Any particular preference in this match, Graham, having seen these two teams reach this stage?
Well, I think Leeds, they seem to play a very wide open game, and Widnes seem to tighten it up a bit in their game against Hunslet. I think I would take Leeds.
I dare say we're going to see quite a few mighty clashes between these two sides once the championship gets underway as well. Phil forward inside, the gap is there, but suddenly the Widnes speed seems to have increased. It's not going to prevent a try though, as Leeds open the scoring. First couple of minutes, stretching the Widnes cover. And a try results from a good move from the halfway line, going through about 4 pair of hands and producing the opening score in this semi-final from David Creaser, who had a very good match and scored 2 tries, if I remember rightly, in the first round. Very good player, David Creaser. Plenty of pace, hasn't he, Graham?
He is. Leeds made a good break. They had plenty of backup. Widnes seemed to cover very well, but that backup just kept coming.
Well, they kept the ball alive, didn't they, Leeds, until the cover was finally broken and over they went. So David Creaser with the conversion. Pulls it wide though. I dare say you'll look upon these two teams as your main rivals for the season, will you?
They certainly will. They both, last year we went very close in all the games we played against Leeds, and I think we come out below against Widnes. I think Widnes had 2 wins to our 1.
Yes. And of course the clash to come very early on before the season actually starts in the Charity Shield at Swansea. Do you think it's a good initiative on the part of Rugby League to take it to South Wales in the hope of creating some kind of interest in what is obviously a rugby union stronghold? People like Jonathan Davis and John Devereux, of course, will create a lot of interest down there.
I think so. The Rugby League wants to spread the game throughout the world, and I think they're doing great by starting in Great Britain. Taking it to Swansea with these players that have come into Rugby League can only do good for the game.
I couldn't agree more, and it was interesting to see them playing in the Cathedral of Football last season at Anfield. And if it's a match half as good as that, then we'll be delighted as Widnes stretch away and pull level at 4 points all.
Devereux just scoring the try.
Yes, we were just talking about Devereux and Jonathan Davis. Looking forward, I should think, to returning to South Wales and showing the Rugby League code as to just how exciting that game can be as well. And just to prove it, John Devereux gets away on that left-hand wing, leaves the Leeds cover flat and speeds away into the corner. So we're all level. Leeds 4, Widnes 4. And Widnes suddenly look a different side than they did against Hunslet. Suddenly seem that bit eager and keener for the fray. But who can blame them when they're up against old rivals from the other side of the Pennines in Leeds? Conversion coming in. Very hard against this breeze. It's quite strong coming from that far corner of the ground. Not helping the goal kickers at all. One disappointment must be the non-appearance of John Gallagher today. It would have been nice to see him appearing on Central Park, wouldn't it?
It would, but I think he has an injury. So they paid a lot of money for the player, and I think it's better to leave him probably until the start of the season.
And as we speak, Leeds immediately reply with another splendid try in the corner. To put them 8-4 ahead. And a good opportunity for David Creaser to increase it to 10 points to 4 with this conversion. And he does, 10 points to 4. Well, talking about John Gallagher making the conversion from New Zealand Rugby Union into Rugby League, do you feel that fullback is a good position to make that conversion to?
I think the way that the All Blacks play the game, and especially John Gallagher, is a reasonably easy position to come in at. John Gallagher joins the line, which all rugby league fullbacks do. He keeps the ball alive, and he's a good defensive player. I think he'll do well at Leeds.
As witness yet again, breakaway, immediate reply under the sticks with a conversion to come, surely to put them level. Quite difficult to get these chats in with Graham in between the action, but we'll do our best. Seems as though every time we get deep into conversation, away somebody goes for a try. But it's good fast action and the crowd are thoroughly enjoying it. Always get a good attendance here at the start of the season for the Sevens. Nice to see the different coloured shirts scattered amongst the crowd as well. It's the thing that is so noticeable in rugby league in comparison to football, that fans from different sides can come together on an occasion like this, support the team and enjoy the day. As Leeds streak away in for another try. Seems as though every time Widnes come back into this match, Leeds reply, and one wonders what kind of a scoreline we're going to have by the time this game finishes. So it's Leeds 14, Widnes 10. Still plenty of time left for Widnes to come back into this match, which they've already done on two separate occasions, replying very quickly when Leeds did score tries. Can they do it for a third time? Creaser trying to increase this margin to 6 points. Fails to do so as the half-time hooter goes. Very exciting and open half that, Graham.
Both sides are using the ball very well. It's a very open game.
Fast, exciting tries, and that's the glory of seven-a-side games, isn't it? That you really have the opportunity as a speed merchant to show your pace.
Certainly do. Central Park's a great big ground, and there's plenty of room to move, all right.
A disappointment that Martin Fire hasn't made an appearance, but really they're asking a lot, isn't it, to come back from New Zealand 2 weeks ago and then turn out at this early stage of the season. Same with Dennis Betts, I presume, with Wigan, is it?
Well, I think so. They've had a big tour. They need a bit of rest before the season starts. The English season's a very long season, and especially with the Australians coming here, they want to prepare themselves well. So a 2-week rest will do them the world of good.
Well, I was going to say the second half gets underway, but the ball falls over and we have a slight delay. Well, if the second half is as good as the first, then we've got a treat in store. And the break on immediately for Widnes, but the cover there from Leeds. Pushed off the tattle, moved inside. Creaser through, 2 tackles, just brought down by the second man. Widnes pick it up in the 25, tried to break away but pulled down. Lost possession, Mr. Whitfield looks to the touch judge, no signal. Yes there is, it comes now. Could be a costly error for Widnes. Scrum to go down. Leeds with the feed. Comes out on their side. Creaser throws it wide. Overlap there. Doesn't need the winger. He's over himself. Leeds increase it to what could be a significant lead of 18 points to 10. Just took the dummy, the Widnes man, didn't he, and created the gap, but a strong surging run through to the try line there.
The centre's a very big, strong player. He scored 1 or 2 very good tries.
So Leeds with a chance to progress into the final. Although Widnes have shown a lot better form in this game. Leeds have stretched the lead out to 8 points, what could be 10 with this conversion. And that would give Widnes a lot to do. Pulls it wide though. Widnes in possession. Just inside the Leeds half. Short kick. Retains possession. But with only 3 tackles to the turnover, you've got to make significant progress on each tackle. That's a penalty given, and I presume Widnes will run this. You don't get much respite at all in 7-a-sides, do you? I mean, it's end to end all the time, isn't it? You're continually on the go.
Yeah, only get 7 minutes, so it certainly is on. With 3 tackles as well, it's very fast.
I suppose once you've got a deficit like this of 8 points, it makes it very difficult to pull it back.
Yes, it means scoring on 2 occasions, done it? Two tries with conversions.
It certainly does. Widnes have the opportunity now, but rather slack play there. And eventually the Leeds player rolls into touch. Game seems to have slowed up a pace or two now. Both teams feeling the effects of the amount of ground that they've covered in the first half. Widnes with an overlap. A walking try really. And puts them back in this game. Leeds 18, Widnes 14. I suppose as the coach, that's the last thing you want to see in a pre-season 7-a-side match, a player limping away with an injury.
That's right, especially after he's just come back from the tour. He's had a reasonable tour as well.
So John Devereux gets his second try of the match and could be a very important conversion. And hits the post again. Well, would you believe it? That's the 3rd conversion now that Widnes have hit the post. Obviously not got his quite got his sights honed in on those 2 uprights at this early stage of the season. He'll be looking for better luck once the championship gets underway. Coloto back. Under pressure in his own 25, escapes 1 tackler, goes down to the 2nd, tries to keep the ball alive, but it only results in possession to Leeds. Big overlap, surely this is a try. Well, if he'd given it out to his left, the try must have come. Phil Ford. Coming at them again, Leeds. Scattered teammates. And the ball dropped with the line open. Well, opportunity there for Leeds to seal it. Graham went to waste. You'd be annoyed if Wigan did that, wouldn't you?
That's right, they had 3 on that left-hand side. Wide open it was, and it chose the inside.
Totally selfish play, wasn't it? They had a walkover try if he'd just kept it moving out to that left-hand side. Let's see if Widnes can make them pay for that. It looks as though they will. Devereux on his way for his hat-trick. Under the sticks as well, surely. And that could well put Widnes into the lead. There was one big danger there. That was if the hooter goes as you're on your way towards the line, then the try doesn't count. And the way he was loping along there, he was taking a bit of a risk, wasn't he?
He was.
I remember that happening on one occasion. Quite a frustrating event too when you've got the line open and you're loping towards it and the hooter goes. So that mistake by Leeds where they could have had a walkover try in the corner if only they'd kept it moving. They Widnes could now have extracted the full penalty if this conversion goes over and gives them a 2-point lead, which it does. Leeds 18, Widnes 20. And Leeds will want to get this game underway as quickly as possible. Surprising how quickly these 7.5 minutes fly away. Phil Ford acting half-back. Leeds coming forward. Chance down the left-hand side, and the chance is taken. Tries to make it as near to the post as he can. And that's the Kenyan trialist winger. Yet again scoring a splendid try, his second one of the match. And what could be the match winner as this game twists and turns again. Leeds, who had been in the lead all the way through to that third try by John Devereux, come from behind in the latter stages of the match to take what at this stage is a 2-point lead, 22 points to 20. And we really have had a fast, exciting first semi-final between these two sides. The cream of rugby league, and that's what they've looked like on this performance. Conversion from Creaser. And there goes the hooter. So a last minute try from the trialists puts Leeds through the first finalists to qualify by 22 points to 20, and probably deserved winners on that performance.
I think so. Widnes certainly played better than their first game, but Leeds was a good try, very good try. The trialist winger was round the outside and scored just at the end to give them the game.
Well, he scored, looked very fast and very strong, hasn't he?
He has. He certainly looks strong and fast. I think Leeds will be taking certainly a second look at him.
Well, it's surprising how people suddenly come into rugby league out of the blue, like Martin Afaya did, really, without anybody knowing anything about them, and they become a star in a short space of time. But I suppose really we've got to wait for the 13-a-side game to judge him, haven't we?
You do, for sure.
So here we go at the start of the second semi-final. Leeds already having qualified for the final will now meet the winners of this match between Sheffield Eagles, the current holders, and Wigan. Quite a surprise last year, I suppose, when Sheffield Eagles won, but on the performance in the first round today, they look as though they could give Wigan quite a match in this second semi-final. Would you think it would be Wigan's fast men against the Sheffield defence? The defence looked very strong. They seem to be well organised in that first game.
Well, both teams played very well. I don't think I'll give a prediction in this one.
Not even an unbiased one. So it's Wigan to start, Frano Bonica to kick off. Long ball downfield. Picked up in the own goal area. And away comes Sheffield. They'll be eager to retain the crown. And they're off to a good start with that handling move. Wigan having to move very quickly over to the left-hand side to shut them down. So they switch over to this right-hand side, their left wing that is. Myers very quickly in. Can we ask you about Myers? I mean, he had a checkered career really with Widnes and Warrington, and now finds himself with his third club in a very short time at a young age in Wigan.
Well, I don't know particularly much about him, only that he has done very well in the pre-season training. He's very strong. He does a lot of weights and a lot of running. We can only wait and see. I think with the training he's done now, he must turn out to be a very good player.
Can you ask you about the man that must be causing most conversation around this ground, Frano Botica?
Well, Frano also, we can't really say until the 13-a-side game comes, but he's trained excellently. He's done a lot of weights and running. We had a game of touch last week, and Frano shone out very well in a touch competition in Warrington.
Do you know what position he'll actually start the season or not yet?
Oh, I don't really know. I think they're just seeing the first few trial games to see.
Just backs up Graham West's comments about David Myers looking a useful player as he opens Wigan's account in the early minutes of this semi-final. 4 points to 0 to Wigan. Austin O'Donnell to take the conversion. Just early forewarning for Sheffield there of what they have to face in this Wigan All-Star lineup. I think they'll find it different opposition, different class of opposition to St Helens, although I'm sure a few people up the East Lancs Road won't agree with that statement, but anyway. I think they've got a real test on their hands here, Sheffield, if they're going to retain this trophy. O'Donnell misses it, drifts it wide. So Wigan's lead remains at 4-0. And Sheffield restart the match. Started very strongly last season, Sheffield, and then faded away towards the end. I should think they've got a very testing season ahead of them.
They have, but I think I thought they'd done marvellously well. They had to change grounds to play right through the season. I thought they'd done very well to stay up in the first division.
Do you happen to know if they've actually got the new ground now? They were going to move into the one being made for the World Student Games, weren't they?
I think it's gone through, yeah. So this year they should really consolidate.
It must make a heck of a difference to have a settled home, mustn't it? And of course with a Great Britain international in Darryl Powell, who went on the recent tour of New Zealand and performed very creditably over there. Sheffield with an opportunity here. Platt, as usual, very quick to come across and smother the ball as well as stopping the man's progress. Botica to Bell. Botica loops outside, finds the gap, opens out. Well, he didn't quite have the pace to outpace the cover and get over in the corner, but it would have been a very popular try indeed with this crowd if he'd made it and opened his account with the Wigan club. As it is, he gets a penalty in his favour, which O'Donnell casually toe pokes into touch. And Wigan with an attacking opportunity in the Sheffield 25. Can they take advantage of it? They did on the first occasion. They had possession in there. Myers again going for the corner. He gets there. So with a near try in the left-hand corner, we now get one on the right-hand side of the pitch. Although Mark Preston seems to have taken a knock on the ankle, limping away. I should think at this stage of the season it's a case of take no risks at all, get the substitute on, don't take any chances.
I would say so. He's probably just received a knock and it'll take a while to work it off.
So Austin O'Donnell with a second opportunity in this match to pot one between the H's, as Mark Preston does begin to make his way over towards the touchline. O'Donnell misses again, so the score remains at 8 points to 0. Can we ask you about the position on the injury front? Ellery Hanley, Sean Edwards, Andy Gregory?
They were all Sean Edwards and Andy Gregory training. They're coming, quite well with their injury, coming on quite well. Ellery Hanley should be back this week, so we've just got to wait and see.
Sheffield away. The gap there. Has he got the pace to make it? He certainly has. Fortunately for him, it was only Andy Platt and Ian Gildart in pursuit, but even so, he showed them both a clean pair of heels and sped away for a try to put Sheffield back into this match. I suppose it's difficult here to have friendly matches at Central Park, even 7-a-side games. The crowd, as we can see around here, is very well filled in all the corners of the ground and so expectant for Wigan's success. How does John Morney follow up last season with the double?
Well, I think you've just got to go ahead one game at a time. Over the last year, we've just taken one game at a time. We've really concentrated on it. And I think you've got to do the same this year. You've got to take the sevens, then the next game, then the Charity Shield, and then the start of the season. You just take them one at a time with the players that are available. If we have any injuries, the next man comes in.
And you just give it your best shot and look what happens, whether the trophy's come or not. And that conversion went over, so the gap has narrowed to 2 points. 8-6.
Mind you, John is a very, very good coach, an excellent coach, so we have an advantage there as well.
Yes. It was a very hard act to follow, wasn't it, Graham Law?
It was, but I think John Money's taken it one step forward, even from Graham Lowe.
Yeah. I'm sure you must have been quite relieved when Graham Lowe had his serious illness in the close season as well. In fact, it was during the Australian season, wasn't it? I don't know if you've heard if he's made a complete recovery or what.
Well, he must have made a reasonable recovery because he's taken on another coaching job in the Queensland State of Origin side. So he must have made a reasonable recovery, and it's good to hear.
Well, I saw him being interviewed on BSB television as regards the Queensland job, and there was quite a bit of opposition apparently to somebody from outside, i.e. a New Zealander, coming along to run the Queensland state side. But yet again, he must have had some opposition to overcome in coming to Wigan, and as an outsider, if you like, a foreign coach coming in. Do you see him having any problems? Is he the kind of guy who can come into a club and win people over?
I think he'll win them over. He'll just get on with the job. He's got a lot of ability, and I think it'll show. As far as the Australian v New Zealand, but there's always a lot of rivalry between Australians and New Zealanders, and the Australians consider themselves as the best in the world, which they are, and probably to have a New Zealander go over and take over is a bit much.
Spoken with feeling by a New Zealander. Ball out with Sheffield. Andy streaked away. Well, I was going to say Wigan fell for the dummy, but he didn't even throw a dummy, did he? They just opened up and away he scooted. So the prediction of it being a hard semi-final is turning out to be true as Sheffield now take the lead 10-8.
Well, Sheffield at the start seemed to be running across a bit, trying to find the runners, but now they've changed. They've got the runners and picked them up. That was a very good try.
Disappointment with the tackling there?
Yes, very disappointed.
I dare say that'll be ironed out on the training pitch in midweek. Well, could we see a surprise here? And it would probably be the biggest surprise of the afternoon if Wigan were eliminated in this game. But the deficit has now increased to 4 points. Sheffield Eagles 12, Wigan 8. Scored 2 splendid tries, and Wigan really haven't been able to put the game together so far. It's come in patches, but the flowing rugby that we saw against Oldham in the first round is missing, but that's probably more down to some very good covering by Sheffield as Botica tries to get away down the right hand side. Can he finish it this time? Not quite. Yet again, he didn't quite have the pace to elude the cover and get in the corner, but this could be a try. Steve Hampson, he's made it in this left hand corner. So yet again the cover pulled over as with the first try. Botica went down the left hand side in the first half and didn't quite make it, and Myers scored in the opposite corner. And in the second half, this time he didn't quite make it in the right hand side, but some quick passing across got Steve Hampson in the left hand side. Well, a little bit worrying for Wigan is that Steve Hampson's coming off limping as well. And more encouraging for Wigan on the other side is that Mark Preston has now returned to the pitch. Presumably just a quick knock that he needed just to ease off before coming back into the action. So, level pegging, 12 points all. Can O'Donnell give Wigan the lead? If this game should finish all level, then we keep going until somebody scores a point, either a goal or a try. So I hope Wigan have paid the electricity bill at this early stage, because we might need floodlights if that happens. Let's hope it doesn't and we get a clear-cut result at the end of the 15 minutes. O'Donnell taking his time, possibly a little nervous. Not often he's taken as important a kick as this, which could put Wigan into the lead. And you never know, these seven-a-side games are so tight, it could even mean a passage into the final to meet Leeds. It's that important. In it goes, and what a beautiful kick. He'd missed two earlier, but all the aplomb in the world as he put that one over. Quick reply from Sheffield, the chase is on. Botica back, holds possession. Seemed at one time he was going to lose it and it was going to roll loose over the line, but he held on to it and also took a very strong challenge on the line and prevented them taking over to cause a dropout under the posts. And the support comes in from the terraces now as this game reaches a very crucial stage, with Wigan in the lead, 14 points to 12. Sheffield coming forward, shown plenty of spirit in both matches they've played, so I don't think Wigan can count this match as won yet. Still a lot of tackling for Wigan to do, Graham, before this game's over with, and just to prove it, very unlucky there Sheffield as he lost his feet as the gap opened up.
Yes, he just lost his feet. I think he might have been through.
Could very well have been, and it could have been a match-winning try if he had done.
O'Donnell did well to cover there.
So Wigan quite happy to have possession and clear the lines. Nice kick downfield, and the chase is on with Myers leading it. He's going to get there as long as he doesn't knock on. In fact, he couldn't keep his balance. Tried to gather the ball and dive over the line in the same move and lost his feet in attempting it. But the ball's wide now to Botica. Cutting inside. Loses possession. Sheffield have it. Oh, a bit of bad luck for Wigan there. It looked as though that was the winning try at that end this time. Yet again, a player losing his feet.
Yeah, it just didn't bounce up for him. Stayed low and he had to go down and stick with the ball.
Very difficult to pick it up going at that speed. As Sheffield come away again. Really is a spirited performance by the Yorkshireman. Can he outpace O'Donnell? Cuts inside him. Superb tackle by O'Donnell. Referee waves play on despite the fact that Sheffield stopped thinking that there was a knock on. Yet another match saving tackle there by O'Donnell. Having a good tournament, isn't he?
He is, for sure.
Kick there straight against Bell. Wigan thankful to get possession. And away goes Mark Preston. Twisting and turning. Well, Mark Preston doesn't seem to have lost not only the pace, but this change of pace and the twists and turns that must make it very difficult to catch a man like that.
Well, he's very, very short. He's close to the ground. He can move quite well on his feet. He's got the speed. He's got everything. Really
brings delighted response from the crowd as well, doesn't it? They love a Mark Preston special.
They certainly do.
Like,
I was surprised before when the Sheffield team didn't play to the referee. He stopped and succumbed. He thought there had been a mistake made with no mistake. I was quite surprised.
no, I didn't think there was actually a knock-on. I thought it hit the player's ankles and bounced forward, and he was in the clear, and if he'd just picked it up and gone, then like you say, that would have been a try. Lack of professionalism. I think Mark Preston's decided he's done enough in this match now. He's making his way to the touchline again, puffing a little bit. No wonder after a run like that. Very heroic chase by the Sheffield player, and seemed as though he was going to catch Mark Preston, but every time Mark seemed to twist and turn and cause the player to hesitate in his stride as he tried to decide which way Mark Preston was going to take to the line. Austin O'Donnell, I presume, just got a knee in the back of the head. That's what it seemed like anyway as he went down on that loose ball. How do you see the strength of Wigan's reserves this season, Graham? I mean, we know that the 13 in the side are very strong, but it's great if they're being pushed all the time, isn't it?
Well, I think this year it'll be stronger than ever. They've bought Myers, Boddicker, and they've got one or two that they've bought through from the schools. Plus one or two of the others that have been playing last year are starting to push at the first team door. I think the opposition for place is going to be stronger than ever, and it can only do good for the club.
We seem to have changed the position round as well, where local-born players used to go to other clubs.
Well, we've got a lot of local-born players on the Alliance side, and some are, as I say, pushing at the door for that first team. Some have gone through already. It's good for the town, it's good for the club, it's good for everybody.
Well, O'Donnell with a long kick downfield there. I think more to give Wigan a breather than anything and try and pen Sheffield back in their own half. It's a long way for Sheffield players to go from that position. And I notice now, of course, that Wigan are playing a little bit safety first. Steve Hampson has dropped back into the full back role just to make sure that they've got extra cover at the back if Sheffield should break. Because, of course, with a 6-point deficit, Sheffield have got to score twice now to make their way into the final. So it's a tenuous hold they've got on this trophy at the moment. Sheffield lose possession but then regain it. Would have been a disaster if Wigan had gained possession in that area. And there goes the final hooter. Very spirited performance by Sheffield, but Wigan are through to the final to play what should be a very hard game against Leeds.
For their lack of professionalism. There's a lot of talent out there and a lot of open pitch.
And just a foretaste, we hope, of things to come, because these two teams are probably going to be great rivals in the real rugby, if I can call it that, the 13-a-side game to follow. It's going to be a long, hard 8 to 9 months for both these sides, and I'm sure both clubs will be there or thereabouts in all trophies throughout the season. Although I'm sure Widnes will dispute that statement. As we get the first mistake from this Kenyan trialist, who's shown a good pair of hands up to now and scored some excellent tries earlier in the competition. Just seemed to snatch at that one, and Wigan come away. Dean Bell, held by his ex-teammate Phil Ford. Usually gets quite a bit of stick on this ground, Phil Ford, so he'll be out to put in a good performance. Austin O'Donnell. Can he catch this and score? No, he can't. Well, it looked a try all the way there. The Leeds cover was left for dead. The only thing he had to do was catch it and drop on it. Good piece of opportune play, but a poor ending, Graham.
It was, he just couldn't quite get hold of it.
Needed Steve Hampson on the end of it, possibly?
I think he would have done better, yeah.
Cheers go from the Wigan crowd as the trialist is sent to the ground. He was popular in the early games, but I don't think he'll be very welcome here if he scores tries against Wigan. 10 minutes each way this game, as opposed to the earlier matches, which were all 7.5 minutes each way. So a little more time for people to recover from mistakes. As Wigan try to get a move going, but a poorly directed pass by Dean Bell brings that to an end. Although they do retain possession, and Dean Bell has another opportunity and skips round 2 or 3 men into the clear. Gives the ball out to Myers very unselfishly, and Myers scoots away for a try. Well, Dean Bell, poor pass, brought one move to an end, but he certainly made up for it with that bait, Graham.
He did. He threw a bad one, but that one was pinpoint. Beautiful pass to Myers. He scored a great try.
Had a troubled time with injuries, Dean Bell, over a couple of seasons ago, but last season and now watching him in this competition, he seems to be completely over them, got his pace back again.
Well, he's another one that's done a tremendous amount of work over the off-season. He's looking in great shape, and we hope he can go right through the season in the same sort of shape.
Well, he certainly showed them a clean pair of heels there, and David Myers finished off again. Scored quite a number of tries in this competition. There is a man of the competition prize, I believe, and with the number of tries he scored, he could well be in the running for it. It'll be interesting to see who gets it. It's always a contentious issue, choosing man of the match. In this case, it's not man of the match, it's man of the competition. As O'Donnell slots that one over and gives Wigan a very encouraging early lead of 6-0. As Leeds try to strike back immediately, Phil Ford dancing around on the spot, draws the cover in, but they switch it back. Phil Ford again. Yet again this Cassius Clay shuffle, and he loses the ball, much to the delight of the Wigan public. Well, whatever tactics he was employing there, they didn't pay off. And far more straightforward moves coming from the Wigan team look as though they could produce a better dividend. Dean Bell with a speculative kick. Nicely timed over the corner. Preston coming from nowhere. But the trialist winger gets there and prevents a try. Good backing up from Wigan there. 3 men ready to pounce on any mistake.
It was a good kick. They went on the outside, seen it, and were there in a flash. Unfortunate not to be a try.
Still the pressure on Leeds as they drop out from underneath their own posts. Steve Hampson collects. Looks around for support. Heads out to the wing. Botica there. Cuts inside. Head tattle there. Penalised immediately. Andy Platt feeling his Adam's apple. We were talking during the interval, Graham, about head tattles and them being banished. And that was quite a nasty one on Andy Platt there. Not the kind of thing we want to see in rugby league, is it?
That's right, it caught him from the blind. It's, as you say, they had a purge on it last year. Let's hope they continue this year.
An opportunity for O'Donnell to stretch the lead, which at the moment stands at 6-0. How do you rate O'Donnell as a goal kicker? We've had problems at Wigan with goal kickers over the last couple of years.
Well, O'Donnell's kicked for the Alliance side quite a reasonable amount and been quite successful. In trials yesterday, he put 5 out of 6 over. And Botica put 1 out of 6 over, so Ducky had the job.
Anyway, let's hope he doesn't let us down with this one after that build-up. He misses it. Perhaps that was the 6th one, Graham. So the lead remains 6 points to 0. So just a try and a goal would still put Leeds level. I'm sure Wigan will be looking to stretch this lead as soon as they possibly can. Good long kick downfield. Steve Hampson not taking any chances at all, doesn't try laying a hand on it as it bobbles around, just lets it run until he can pick it up without any danger. First time kick, catches Leeds unawares, collects it inside to Botica. O'Donnell in support, Botica going on his own for the corner, can't get there, throws it inside to O'Donnell, who does. Nice piece of work there by 3 Wigan men.
That's right, Hampson kicked over and he took a great ball, put it inside the Botica and then inside to O'Donnell. Great try. 3/4 the length of the field.
So O'Donnell this time doesn't fumble it as he did earlier, collects it and scoots over for a try. Another player who's looked very impressive today. Of course, for the competition with first team places, he's going to be doing his best to impress. And he's certainly done that in this competition, especially with his support players. He did realising that Botica probably didn't have the pace to get in the corner. He tracked him all the way inside and Botica found him with a nice overhead pass. And he just had 2 or 3 yards to go to put the ball down. I'm sure he would have loved to get over behind the sticks to make the conversion that little bit easier. But we'll see how he goes with this one. And he kicks that one. So a nice handy lead for Wigan at this stage, Graham. 12 points to 0.
It is, let's hope we can keep it going.
Hampson picks up that loose ball. Caught before he can make too much progress. But Wigan quite happy to be in possession again and in the Leeds half. Poor pass there. David Myers can't collect it, actually bounces off his right boot. And Leeds in possession in the Wigan half. I think that's the first time they've been there. And in fact we're down to the last tackle already. Interesting to see what the tactics are. Kick over the top. Well, O'Donnell earned his money moving up in support of his attackers. Now he's earned his money in a defensive position, although he has twisted himself as he went down on that ball. And he's waiting to have some treatment. Signal comes immediately that he's unlikely to take any further part in this final. As Steve Hampson proves that he's human, he this time doesn't put in a telling kick as he did for the second try, just skews off his foot and straight out of play. So assume that must have been on the third tackle because it's the turnover and Leeds in possession. Must be a worrying injury to O'Donnell. He's looked a very impressive player in the 3 games he's played in this competition.
He has, he's been very sharp. It looks something like a hamstring injury to the back of his leg. Unfortunate at this stage of the season.
So Leeds coming forward. Switching the play around. Not to very good effect at the moment. Wigan are bottling them up in the middle there. Perhaps be better if they switched it out wide. They're still coming down the middle though. And I nearly had to eat my words there as the big prop forward powered his way straight down the middle. And in the end it did result in a try for another man who's had a very impressive competition, David Creaser. Who's in very good form, David Creaser.
He has. The Leeds team starting to run more direct. Wigan's defence has kept them out from up till now, but direct running is they've come up with a good try.
And the game back in the melting pot. Wigan 12, Leeds 4. I'm sure the faithful right boot won't let Creaser down again. He's kicked a good number of goals in this competition. I'm sure this will add one more to his tally. It does. So the deficit is halved. Wigan 12, Leeds 6. And we've got a very good final on our hands again. Looked at one stage as though Wigan would run away with it, but Leeds have taken the one opportunity presented to them to score a try and a goal and come back into this match. Crowd fairly quiet at the moment as they realise that it's reached a fairly tight stage as that kick goes through from Hampson again. Bit unfortunate timing of the hooter.
Looked to be a certain try.
I think it must have been a Leeds man who pushed the button then. Well, that's the thing in 7-a-side. It's not like 13-a-side. You don't play until the game comes to a halt. You just play until the hooter sounds. And it looked as though Botica was going to open his account there, but the gods decided to deprive him of it. And so the score remains at half-time in this final. Wigan 12, Leeds 6, and everything to play for. Well, whereas in the other games, the 7.5-minute halves, we switched straight round, although there were few illegal breaks. It looks as though for the final the teams are given the relief of at least a minute's breather anyway, and instructions probably sent out as to how the teams can clinch this final and carry off the trophy. Leeds to kick off. And away we go. 10 minutes remaining to decide who carries off the first trophy of the season. Mark Preston getting a bit of rough treatment there. Probably hoping he'll slow him down a bit. As the ball bobs around and eventually results in a scrum with head and ball going Leeds as Phil Ford limps away from that challenge. Staying on the pitch though, can't be too bad. Wheels round about 15 times and the ball comes out with Leeds. That had been rugby union, we would have to take it again. If you turn 90 degrees in rugby union, then re-scrum, but not in rugby league. As this nice kick from Phil Ford gives the trialist Wind a chance to show his paces, but David Myers back to cover very nicely and securing his handling. But when you've only got 3 tackles to get away from your line, you've got to move pretty quick. Penalty to Wigan for the challenge by Phil Ford, who now decides if that's the treatment he's going to get, then he's going to leave the action as he limps over the touchline. That fails to find touch. Probably being a little bit too ambitious, trying to get the distance rather than making absolutely certain that it went over the touchline. Leeds with a bit more open field for a moment there in the broken play. Just getting in one another's way. Well, Wigan doing a good covering job at the moment. Penning Leeds down in this half. And it's the handover. Nice loop round there. Didn't pay dividends though. Mark Preston finding himself in the middle of the field. Strange territory for him, but he might be able to produce the goods even from there, although it was from a standing start. Platt showing his power. Botica loses the ball in that very strong double challenge by the 2 prop forwards. Really gave him a sample there of what rugby league's all about. Although I should think if you've been playing for the New Zealand All Blacks, you already know just how rough a game rugby can be. Now, can Crease go all the way? No, he can't. Very important challenge there from David Myers. Has given the Wigan cover a chance to get back. Covering very well, Wigan. They've just had the one opportunity, Leeds, haven't they, and took advantage of it.
That's right. I think Wigan's defence has been on top this game so far. Let's hope it keeps the same.
As Dean Bell breaks away. Doesn't give you much chance to create a move though, does it? 3 tackles.
No, it doesn't, but that's what the game's all about. It's got to be fast and open.
Myers there again. Kicks on, little push in the back perhaps. Nothing given though. Much to the chagrin of the crowd, who make the feelings well known. Dare say it won't be the first time this season or last that a crowd objects to a referee's decision. Plenty more of that kind of controversy to come as Leeds try to break out of their own half. Twisting and turning, trying to create the space. Dean Bell covering. Trick though, they come inside him. Hampson with the tackle, but a beautiful pass out, and away Leeds go. Well, the last tackle, Graham, and they made it pay, didn't they?
The Kenyan wingers had made a couple of handling errors, but he certainly made up that time. He wrong-footed, fed the pass inside, and it was a good try.
So presumably with this goal to come, it's going to be level pegging. Leeds have probably only had 2 opportunities. Wigan probably not many more. It looks like being a very tight finish. All the players taking a bit of breather. It's been a very fast open game, and this guy down here, yeah. Don't know. I think it might be Bentley. So that try by John Bentley and the goal by David Creaser means that we're all square. Wigan 12, Leeds 12. As Botica kicks through and chases. Winger back with him, lets it drop. Can Botica get there? Everybody waits for the decision, which is a drop out from under the sticks. Preston to Hampson. Cutting inside, but taken down very well by Leeds, who look absolutely determined that they're going to hold on, but they can't do so. Andy Pat's power pays off.
Very good try. Sold the dummy and went straight through the gap.
Well, they say that this Wigan crowd is worth a few points, and just before that try, they've begun to get behind the side. Must be great to have a support like this behind you.
It is certainly. The players themselves, that try was a great try. Andy powered through the gap and scored a try that I think, let's hope, will win the game.
Well, it's given them a better chance than they had a couple of minutes ago when Leeds had pulled level. They seem to be gaining in strength, Leeds, but the cover was broken there. Hampson yet again playing a significant part. And Botica this time taking over the goal kicking, of course, in the absence of O'Donnell. Well, you were talking a few minutes ago about Botica only kicking 1 out of 6, so do you think that should be his last one for the match?
Well, I don't know. If we can score another try, who knows?
Perhaps he's a better player under pressure than in training when it comes to goal kicking.
Well, I think he must be.
As Leeds try to reply immediately and get a penalty. Little bit of a push after that kick through by Bentley. Brings a penalty to Leeds in Wigan's 25. 6-point deficit. Are they going to kick for goal or are they going to tap it? Looks like a tap. Yes, it is. Bentley. Creaser, and he's over. Well, the decision to take the tap rather than the penalty certainly paid off, Graham.
It's quite a good move. They used the blind very well on that occasion.
Creaser yet again.
Yes.
So an important goal kick to come now. Could bring the scores level once more. 18-16 at the moment. And yet again, as throughout this competition, we've got a good fast open game, with first one team taking the lead and then the opposition coming back and play swinging from end to end. As Creaser lines up this kick. The flag is raised and we're all level. Everything to play for, Graham.
It's going to be a great finish.
Gildart.
David Myers out here on the outside. I think if they can get the ball to him.
Drop goal. Needs to take some lessons off Joe Lydon, possibly.
I think he might have to, yeah.
The crowd's really come to life, hasn't it? Now we've got a tremendous match in front of us.
Well, I think with Leeds being the opposition as well, they've spent a lot of money to come up, bring their standard up. I think the Wigan people would certainly love to see a win over Leeds in the sevens.
I'm sure the Leeds public would love to see some trophies on the counter as well. They've been starved recently, haven't they?
They have. They're trying very hard. Who knows? This could be the year. Play like that.
Gildart picks up the pieces. The crowd urging the team on as that penalty for offside goes the way of Wigan. Gives them a chance to go back in the lead. In fact, it certainly does now. Bit of indiscipline, Graham, giving Wigan a better opportunity to take the lead.
That's right. Bad pass, very bad pass, and then some answer back to the referee. Very bad discipline.
And Sherman Botica coming up to hopefully give Wigan the lead.
They might get his second,
Well, it could be his first heroic deed and putting well in favour with this Wigan side, although I think any new player who comes to Wigan starts with a big advantage anyway. The crowd loves new signings here at Wigan, especially adventurous ones like this signing from New Zealand Rugby Union. And let's hope the adventure pays off with a full contribution from him throughout the season. I've no doubt it will. Pops it over, no trouble at all. Wigan back in the lead. 20 points to 18. And in fact, a more vital kick than we thought, Graham. The trophy winning kick.
It is. He certainly made up for yesterday at training.
He's a hero already. Contribution to this commentary. Hope he's enjoyed my company as much as I've enjoyed his. Thank you very much, Graham. And Wigan start the season with a trophy on the cupboard. The Wigan Sevens, sponsored by Boddington's, is going to reside for 12 months here at Central Park, as in a very tight, close-fought battle, Wigan came out winners by 20 points to 18, thanks to that bit of indiscretion and indiscipline by a Leeds player, which resulted in Botica being awarded a penalty, which he kicked. What a nice way to start your career at Central Park. So victory for Wigan, defeat for Leeds, but I'm sure there are far more important battles to come between these two sides later in the season. Can you not get down to see the trophy? And here come the Wigan team forward to receive the trophy. Steve Hampson, Mark Preston, Dean Bell, Botica, Myers, Platt, Gildart, and of course the man who will have to receive his medal in the dressing room, the unlucky O'Donnell. Congratulations to Wigan, commiserations to Leeds. But what a good start to this new rugby league season, 1990-91. And here come the Wigan team with the individual shields. Very sportingly clapping Leeds as they go up for their medals. Delight all over the face of David Myers as he waves presumably to relatives up in the stand. And there is the trophy itself, and the man whose last minute goal won it for Wigan, Frano Botica. What a way to start your career in rugby league. And I'm sure he's hoping there'll be many more magic moments like that to come, and that he'll get his hand on many more trophies throughout this season. And I'm sure the Wigan public will echo that.
Главный тренер команды СССР Люкас Ромбутис, начальник команды Александр Разин, тренер команды Владимир Киварка. Судейская бригада матча, судья в поле Александр Серегин, вторая категория, судьи на линии Юрий Грищенко, республиканской категории Сергей Смолин.
Give it! Get Phil to pull forward, and you don't make the runs. Get Phil to pull forward and cross it.
Cross it, I think, yeah.
Lee! Come on! don't get pulled to the ball, pull away! Level, Neil! Look for it! Yeah. Jimmy! Jimmy Early! Jimmy! Carry, Jim, carry, go on! Look for it, help him! Go out again! Steady, pick someone out! Easy, Alan! Easy, Neil! Take Jim! Come on, Brian! Come on, Brian! He couldn't get it! He couldn't get it! Here's the ball, Jimmy, eh? Stay there, Brad! Stay there, Brad! Go right, Don, if he's stick. Go west, stay in, Don! Stay in, Don! Make the yard, Neil, make the yard. For Jesus' sake, Jimmy, go forward, will you? Jesus, save me. Again. Just clip it. Get it, Brad! Tight, Jimmy! Get in, Brad! Head up, first up in fitness, get it! Oh! Jimmy! Come on, your fitness now. Come on, we're looking for it. Matches. Overwork if anything else. Pull wide, Jimmy. Come on, Jim, you'll have it. Pull up. Drop, Alan. Drop, Alan. Jono, drop off. Brian. Brian, you're pulling to the ball, son. Pull away. Brian, if you keep getting there, you've got to pull away. So you can hit you with the ankle ball. You're throwing to the ball all the time. Pull away. Go one, done. Hey, Phil. Hey, do you want to play? Ben! Pull wide, Don! Pull wide, Don! Jimmy, look for it, drop off for him. Going in, Pete.
Someone's gonna
Drop off, Alan.
So you gotta go wide?
Jono, he can do some doggies, have it back again, drop off. Go on, Jimmy! Challenge, Jimmy!
Мяч ворота наших гостей забил Василий Щедрякович, 6-й номер.
Look out, Nigel. Go across a bit.
Андрей, you gotta pull away from him. When he comes straight from there on. Jordan, you gotta pull away from him at the angle.
Neil, feet! Quickly!
Is it?
Get wide, Brian! Get wide, Brian! Get all of it! Get a corner, get something! Easy, Neil, then! Easy! Pull wide, someone! Get round! Jono, middle!
Мяч ворота наших гостей забил Андрей Кривосова, номер 9.
Come on, let's take a fucking piss.
Done, better.
Jim.
kick it! Go, Phil!
Hold it! Down! Hold it, Brian! Hold it, Brian!
Run after it. Go on, Jimmy.
Jimmy, you can run back! Jimmy!
Come on,
Jimmy!
get back
Jimmy!
in.
Sprint! Run! Work!
Save me from you. Get round, Joe. 10. Time. Time, Jim, time. Look forward. Brian. Easy, Neil. Brilliant. Easy. Get wide, Brian. Stay here, Jim. Stay here. Don't go back. Stay here. Hello, Biffo! Keep it going! Joe, go on! Two in front. Hold! Go on, Brian. Go on, Brian. Go on, Brian.
Lucky Neil, keep him going, come on! Let's have some voices, eh? Let's liven each other up! Come on! Oh, Neil!
Jimmy, get Brian in front. You get tighter. A yard off him.
Go!
Pull the ball, Neil. Pull the ball. Pull the ball. That's it.
Wide, 20 yards.
Brian Griffith! Peter!
Yeah, fucking 20 yards.
Peter, come forward! Brian Griffith,
Look
Peter!
fit, Neil.
Brian
Neil.
Griffith!
10. There.
Now, Bridget! Get in, all the way at him! Go on! Right!
Go on.
Jimmy, stay with him. Jimmy, stay with him. Quiera, quiera. Estás. Go, in!
I get my nose in my head.
Get home! Man on! Man on! Ja, das ist Sonny!
Hold Joe! Push up, Peter! Push up, Alan! Push up! Jimmy, run! Jimmy! Jimmy, run! Work! Push in! Your side! Push in! Good job, base! Lee! Hold. Confidence! Get wide, Brian!
Get in, Brian! Go, Brian, whip it in! Whip it! Выбирай тобой!
Is that recording voices? I have an injury. He's down on the floor. He's rolling in agony. Dynamo breast free kick. 25 yards out. I'd like to think that was a forced error due to the boys coming out at the ball quickly. What do you say, Kermit?
Well, I'd agree with you, Ray. Peter has a run on the ball now.
Get on it, Joe! Lay level!
Boys aren't moving like we should be. Well done, Joe. Great ball there. Go on, Biff.